Okay, good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. I actually did hit the stream button, or I did hit the broadcast button today. So this time I'm not just talking to myself. Fantastic. I am fantastic. Mainly for the reason I just mentioned. Because, yeah, funny story. Yesterday, uh, I I thought I hit the the start stream button at 9 o'clock. I did not. Blah, 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 blah. That's all good. Today, I obviously did hit the start stream button, so we're perfectly fine. Alrighty. So, to start off today, we have a bit of an. Sorry, I think I'll grab some water. Also, sorry, good morning, May. Good morning, May. And Milady. I did see you, I just was distracted. Um, right. 5 p.m. for you. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I think it is the stability of my tripod. So I will try and change that after today. Oh no. That that does sound like the worst. Oh my gosh. Um oh. And now for my favorite thing. Oh, I should have added this to my list. I made a list of things because for anyone that has not seen the leaked list of things for the next patch, uh, they have quality of life improvements as one of them for both new and veteran players for once. For for once, they have veteran players. They have veteran players in mind. That joke is much funnier than y'all think, or than y'all realize. Um, but yeah, yeah, May. They have us in mind. I too am worried. Um, However, it did get me thinking of like what quality of life update or like what would actually improve like my quality of life. And I forgot to add like fixing the name, um, like uh, fixing it so I like would just need to type in like book and all the books come pop up. If I type drape, all the drapes pop up. I don't need to type drape and then curtain and then valance or yeah. Have you see where I'm going with this though? Like have it so like if I type in doormat, doormats, rugs, etc., or if I type in rugs, doormats, towels, blanket, because there are two. Oh my gosh! Thank you for rating in Basket Alicia. Or sorry, sorry, I was looking at a picnic blanket, and then I looked at Bastet, and my ADHD brain rearranged the letters. Bastet Alicia. Thank you for rating in. I hope your stream was very good. At the moment, we're just discussing. Uh, she's rating in again. Must be having technical difficulties. Um, but yes, we're just talking about my tiny wish list. Trying to remember what else was on that. I had mentioned like being able to modify furniture without crashing. I was just like, that would improve my quality of life. But I was mostly being funny with that one. Oh, making it so the search bar on the mod bench actually works because it doesn't. It's non-functional. That would improve my quality of life. I and I doubt they would boil it down to a line item in like a quality of life update, but you know what? Who knows? Maybe they would. Maybe they would. It is S6, so maybe they would just whip it out of left field. But like switching trading from plush trading to decor trading, that's me being greedy, May. That's me being greedy. Okay. Uh so early this morning, oh, 100%. I said it before and I'll say it again. I have a stockpile of 1,000 Winterlight's red presents. To anyone watching this out there, harass S6. And I do mean harass them. Because I stocked up. Tiny Dragon is prepared for the day that they change plush trading from plush trading to decor trading. And these have been burning a hole in my inventory since 2023. So, I mean, not necessarily. It doesn't end it. It's just that the people who enjoy the grind can do it. The people who enjoy playing hot pot can do it. And we get a division of labor. That's how MMOs work. And we start going towards a, like an MMO community where people can do what they like, and then we start getting a barter system of like, hey, yo, I hate grinding alts, but I really don't mind grinding the Magi Market. So I will go grind tickets. Does anyone have more of the unique decor from the main story quests that you can only get by starting a new character and suffering through that rigmarole? Personally, and I went through this yesterday, how much I can't I can't do hot pot. I can't do that wheel. I can't. I have damage. But yeah, I can start a new alt. I can go through those quests 100%. If people would like the unique decor, yeah, I'll farm that up. 100%. And that's what S6 doesn't get. Is the replayability, the decor trading would give their game, because people can replay the content over and over and over again. They just don't do it on their main character. They start a new character for the purposes of transferring it to their main. So, anyways, rant over. Support decor trading. Um, Now, let me pull up the inspiration picture that was shared today from Our Lady Adonis. I'm just gonna share or save it. Um, it is pretty silly, but I think it's fun, and hence why today's and it actually inspired the topic of today, which is building our own clutter, because S6 isn't going to do it for us, so we're going to do it ourselves. Here we go. Sorry, and as well, let me get a visualizer. Boop, there we go. And just a tiny reminder to everyone out there, anytime you see me press Alt, for my friends out there playing on console, that's going to be your left trigger. This guy. It activates your group select function. It's pretty much our bread and butter for a lot of stuff. And pretty much the most important crossover. Okay. But yes, so this is what we're going to be kind of replicating, or emulating, I suppose. Now, yeah, I was kind of intrigued about this. So to get our our shelf at that sideways angle, which it is important to have it at that angle. Also, a good time zone Drake Lance. Just place your pillars side by side, and it'll allow that sideways placement for the shelf. The reason for this, I've only ascertained that when you have the pillars side by side, the pillars think they're a wall. I don't know. I don't know. And yeah, the reason why we want that shelf at that flat angle is so we can get our pillars nice and close together. And that's to perform our group select. But you want to perform your group select, remember, while pressing Alt, or sorry, if you're on Switch or Switch, PS5, Xbox, your left trigger. But while targeting our shelf. That being said, you don't actually need to use a shelf. The camping compass also works, as I kind of demonstrated yesterday. That is actually kind of irksome. That is not sitting how it, oh, it's because it's treating it. There we go. I accidentally I must have got the pillar by mistake. Yeah, if it doesn't rotate as if it's a shelf, that means you accidentally got the pillar instead of the shelf. So just let go of it. Which another conversion, anytime you see me use right click, the equivalent is B for Xbox and Switch, circle for PS5. So, boop. There you go. It is important to group select the bottom shelf first. It's part and parcel as to why we're redoing it, because I placed the first shelf as just with a pillar as opposed to with a shelf, so they were sitting at different distances. Words are hard. You can kind of finagle the distance so you can get it closer to the wall just by getting your board closer to that pillar. And in all actuality, hold please. I should have just brought the chest inside with us. If we use our rug trick, we can actually get it even closer. We'll just get the capital chic. So we go like this. put our doormat on top there. Group select the doormat. And probably go about like halfway into the pillar-ish. Because remember that the pillar is going to go halfway into the wall when we place it as a shelf. So let's just take that one back down. Yeah. Oh, wait, sorry. The rug. There we go. So now that's a little bit closer to the wall, so it's a little bit nicer. Um, this is about as far as I've gotten so far, so bear with me. Mainly because, like, let me turn the image back on. Some of the books on this are like falling off, which personally I find kind of neat, and would very much like to emulate. Which, in in all actuality, we should be able to just get another shelf. Doesn't really matter which shelf as long as it rotates. And let's try some cutlery. That, oh my gosh, I just tried to. Never mind. So grab a knife and a spoon. This part might take some trial and error and might be a bit tedious. Good morning, Miss Kit Kat. Um, Although that being said, I haven't really tried placing on the board. So for all I know, um, yeah, at least for this end bit. That being said, if you did want to like actually make it look like that one is falling off, that eccentric angle is going to um The wall shelf will not select it all. Oh, okay. So you're working on the second shelf. The wall shelf will not select it all. So I did have an issue with that at one point. Uh, what might have happened uh, is yeah, I'm not sure if I can get it to fire off. In a nutshell, oh my gosh, the image is still there. There. I hate when I do that. Oh, I'm adorable. If I say it that enough, it'll be true. Um, what was I trying to say? Uh, I somehow locked uh, the two pillars together. I have no idea how I did it. But yeah. So it kept like default, like whenever I selected the shelf, it kept on like going to the plank. So my best suggestion for that is to just pick up this, or not pick up, sorry, grab this one and move it to anywhere. And then place this one, like turn off your grid, which sorry, they changed this button mapping. I want to say the new mapping for this one is Y on Switch. It used to be left trigger. That's why but I think it's Y now to turn off your grid. And then if you are using the rug, group select your rug in to get it into position. Right trigger to turn off grid, really? Oh, no, no, no. Sorry. Y is locking. Sorry. Y is what shift does. Sorry. Right trigger turns off grid. Thank you. Thank you. So yeah. Turn off your grid. Get it just off to the side. And that should solve that. Remember to remove the doormat if you are using the doormat. But I mean, that being said, yeah. Can we just place a spoon? I mean, we can just place a spoon. If you did just want to like place books on it, you can just like place a spoon down. It's this day and age's version of just stick a teacup under it and just use a spoon. Um, Sorry. If anyone's confused about just stick a teacup under it, um, way back in the day, um, and when I say way back in the day, I'm talking like 2023. Um, for most chairs, because of the curvature of them, placing literally anything on them nigh impossible. So I had a saying. Just stick a teacup on it. This was this was before we ever had the term for bumping. But it did exactly what bumping does. So if you're having collision issues, stick a teacup under it. You have the wall shelf selecting. Um, um, but it will now it will not attach to the wall. What message are you getting? You got it? Okay, sweet. Okay. Yeah, tiny reminder that you can be the problem. Sorry, I always think that it's funnier than it actually is. Um, but it just is that you can be in the way. Okay. It is meant to be funny. Okay, I wonder if we use like a different book. Sorry, this is becoming like a whole thing. Oh, that being said, where's my spoon? Because like You should know by now that if we can get the spoon, we can normally get something else. They're on. They've got onto me with the knife, but I think they haven't caught on with the spoon yet. They've caught onto my shenanigans with the knife. No, what was that? What was that? I saw it. Saw it. Get down. Wait. Hmm? I am the Lizard Queen. Sorry. Top marks if anyone gets the reference. But we got we got a book falling off the shelf now. Without using any rotational floating. Because I mean, yeah, of course we could always just like rotationally float it, but Dragon has time for that. Because I always rotate the wrong way. That was weird. Oh, right. I also apologize as I forgot that I did say that I was going to start using my Q and E for rotating. so people would know. Uh, thanks, Amelia. Um, that's the whole reason why the mouse wheel is no longer there. Thanks for the reminder. Um, Also, thank you for the compliment, lady. Oh, Miss Amelia, you have a question? How can I help? Not to answer your question with a question, but I mean, a a shrine to the tiny dragon would definitely not be made out of plush, for one. um, I'm thinking. Because it definitely would be craftable. I'm also conceptualizing. Because, like, what would that look like? Mm. And also, the bot came in at the, well, I mean, at almost the right time. Because it is the top of the hour. And there is now the warning from Twitch that the ad roll is coming in a minute. So I will be switching to the be right back screen and see everybody in a few minutes. And I'll ponder the question. Hmm. We made it of glass. So, just saying. Okay, and we're back. So, a giant tiny dragon statue. Um, I mean, if because if we were to use like the let me pull up the latest version of um sorry, pull up the latest version of the tiny dragon avatar. Hold please. Zoop. There he is. So, I mean, oh, right. Um, can't remember how to keep it animated. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that was kind of the point. I was kind of going for um Lady Adonis had mentioned the effect that the bubbles in the hot pot, jeez, um, had on her, and I was just like, so what if the tail had a similar effect? Oh, sure. Now I yeah I guess right the mouth the sensitivity on the mouth is very weird on the model. I have to talk very loudly for it to register. Or I need to get very close to the mic. But then sometimes it just like activates for no reason. Um, but yeah, makes that go away for now. What I was mostly getting at there is that would be like color scheme wise. And so uh like white and then uh the closest color that we have in Palia is the Veronica flower, uh because it's royal fuchsia. And that would actually be really nice. We should touch base outside of stream. Hmm. That sounds really nice. You have a great night, or you have a great whichever your time zone is, cats. That sounds really tasty. Ba, ba, ba. But for that kind of shrine type deal, I probably wouldn't build it here. Probably would fit more on this plot because we already have like the horde here. Um, oh yeah, they don't give much experience. This plot is such a mess right now. Fair enough. And yeah, I have seen like other people do like pixel art with the blocks, but I it's not really my jam per se. When I was off stream, I thought a bit more about what you mentioned about the Emberborn set, and that probably would be what I would go with because the yeah. Oh, I already have some in Alabaster. Fantastic. Because I do I do really like the Alabaster. Um, which, as a note, nothing against pixel art. It's just not my vibe. Uh, where yeah, they would all be dyed, sure. Which and they're dyed sure for a very specific reason too. We only have 20, or we only have like 34 wood at the moment. Oh, I think I have it like a ton of flow trees in storage that I've been meaning to cut. Yeah, I do. Anyone want to cut flow trees? I don't like cutting them alone. Hey, dang it, we did this last time. It was Xeno Splash, right? Because it was like Xeno Chronicles. Yeah, sweet. I am very, very happy that I got it right. Um, it's more that I don't like I don't like cutting flow trees by myself. Uh, a because I would rather other people get the flow wood too, and B, it's more efficient to do it in a group because then the likelihood of people being there to get like the group buff. The wood plank pavers as handrails, nice. Kit Kat, nice. Amelia and Kit Kat. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Invite to party. Kit Kat. Oh, it's all good. The number of times I've like fat fingered the keyboard and like accidentally declined something like that. At least it wasn't a friend request. I've done that so many times, which also. But editoire, editoire, because that needs to be a thing. Oh, Kit Kat, it says you're already in a party. Oh, we're not cutting the small ones. I'm just watering them because they need to be watered. What the heck? Server connection lost. Um, sorry. One moment. You guys can't. Okay, so you guys can't do anything. Okay, it's okay. Now we're good. Okay. Kit Kat should be good for party now. Um, yeah. Don't cut any of the small trees. We're just water. I'm just watering them right now so they can grow big and strong. I am just very bad at growing trees. Um, basically, if it's not in that fenced off area, don't cut it. Yeah, it's very easy. I made this plot very specifically and very deliberately. Yeah, if it's not in the fenced off area through the vines, don't cut it. Okay, I think that should be all the trees watered. Woohoo! Thank you so much for the help. That made it go much faster. Let me just water these suckers. I don't really care about the rest of the flowers, just the new stuff. And I do want to grab some more trees because I think there's only like uh 16, I mean 16, 24, 32. Which if anybody else in chat would like to join, more than welcome to. Just let me know. This is an open invitation. Have a little bit of time. I do have a fair few trees to put out. This one is sadly going to be a bit of a mess. I normally try to put them in like some type of order so people can keep track of what they tap. But I need a lot of I'm really low on flow wood. Last last call, last chance. Oh, I guess I don't. Yeah, I'll just. But I mean, I had intended to like start doing these more regularly, but social anxiety and whatnot. Yada yada yada. Sugar. And this is why I normally set it in a you know a pattern that makes sense. Dragon. Oh my god. I think I got them all. Uh, who knows? Uh, um, okay, I think if I go into. There we go. Everybody here. Um. Oh, fair enough. Okay. So Kit Kat, Amelia, if you guys have tapped everything. Hey, Snark. How's it going? All right. Let's chop these trees. Hmm. Glad to hear you're doing well. Fine is better than the alternative. Ah. This is fun. Hey, we got a double. I see why people do these parties. Hey, another double. Fantastic. Hmm. 20. Holy biscuits. 28. 18. Holy. This is definitely gonna help. Or gonna restock our flow. Reflowify our stores. Sure thing. We just have a few more to do. You okay, Kit Kat? Is your are your bags full? Kit Kat? I brought over a box. Woohoo! Thanks for the help, everybody. Much love. And also, thank you so much for the watering. Like the watering assistance. That was definitely appreciated. Hmm. Um. It builds full pockets. Well done, my dear. It won't let, oh, it won't let you emote anymore. There. Um, I, I appreciate that. I think it's enough. I should be good for now. I forgot that was a thing. Thanks for reminding me why I kind of want to farm more of those balloons. Okay. Love you guys, but I am gonna dissolve the party and head over to see Miss Venti. Ooh. Oh, that coffee was much stronger than I was ready for. Hit like a truck. Astroneer, or what kind of game is that? Ha ha. Oh, that's interesting, milady. You you went you went an interesting direction with that. Interesting in a good way. I like it. If you wanted some assistance, like making it so one of them is like toppling over, I can help with that. I do now. Oh, that is that's wild. Okay, but no, your plot's coming along nicely. Need to buy more books. Rock on. Yeah, I need to put this wood in well, I was about to say the chipper, in the refiner or blah, blah, blah. You're very welcome, and I'm right there with you. My process is much, I was about to say slow, much slower than other people, but I I think the more accurate way to put it is much more gradual. Uh, it's a gradual process. Oh, apparently I fibbed yesterday. I've apparently gotten 5 lilacs, not 4. But yeah, it's why this plot has taken me so long. It's because like the inspiration comes and it goes. It ebbs and flows. Oh, and see, dweeb, uh, I don't. I don't like that book, and for a very specific reason, because it bugged out, and there's no telling if it will bug out again. Uh, so I mean that's true. What doesn't bug out? But I would rather just have um. But yeah, it um Milady. It's called Solari's Choice Book. If you're not if you're unfamiliar with it, and yeah, it's a randomized book. Um, but it like it also makes me so frustrated. Like Solari's Choice, the sorry, Solari's Choice book makes me so frustrated because it proves that they could have given us one of each paver model and then also a randomized paver. They could have done that, but they didn't. So if if anyone from S6 ever watches this, look at me, make eye contact. The biggest quality of life update you could give me is individual paver recipes. Sorry, I know that was a bit intense. Round walls, yeah. Oh my gosh, yes. S6 does seem to have some aversion to curvature, and I have no idea why. Um, like genuinely no clue. And even when they do something with curvature, it's it's done very poorly. And yes, I'm referring to um These. The bridge corners. That see these? Placeable surface, placeable surface. Yeah. Or like the windows in the conservatory. Why are the only options this or this? Why is there no double window? Yeah, this this game has aged me horribly, if I'm being perfectly honest. I'm not angry, I'm passionate. There is a slight difference. Slight. Um, what the heck was I doing? I was putting out wood refiners. That would definitely not be a channel point redemption. Sorry, I just read your message. Yeah, absolutely not. Maybe a bit reward. I'm just kidding. That was a joke. I like my hair way too much. That being said, I mean, at some point, uh, you'll probably see something pretty close. Not shaved, mind you, but like, because I cut my own hair, I I do like, um, you know, It's not always perfect. And occasionally I mess up. And occasionally the answer is to go a bit shorter. Because, if you, especially with like men's hair, if you like cut it off, it'll grow back faster. My gosh, chat is getting really unhinged. Although that is the best chat. Um, the heck was I even doing? I think I wanted to make a toolbox today. Um, Talking about shaving the dragon, making tiny dragon statues. Jeez. Um, oh, Zeno, I just saw your message. Maybe not the recipe, maybe when you place it on the paper, have a pop-up menu. I would be down for that, actually. Um, for anyone that missed that in the chat scroll, uh, let me pull up my fishing rod. Zeno's suggestion was to have it like I mean, kind of like the ammo system. So, like, not necessarily just like the fishing rod, but like the fishing rod or bow or uh, smoke bombs. So, like, the UI system is already there. So, that's actually not a bad suggestion to pose to S6. And what all could we use that? Um, I'm just trying to think of like which that could be used for. Because there's the pavers that are randomized. Solari's book that's randomized. I think that's it. I mean, yes, they would have to code it, but I mean, the thing uh with anything, if there's enough support for it, they're more inclined to do it. The only reason why they haven't done X, Y, or Z is because enough people haven't caused a fuss. Which I haven't checked. It is July. Has Lacey mentioned if she's leaving yet? Oh, no, she just posted. Like this morning. Although that being said, um, I can't remember when her first day was. Okay. So her first day was April 11th. So depending on terms of her contract, her last day would be somewhere around uh, July 10th. Okay. Thank you so much, Amelia, for joining, and you have a great day, my love. Okay. So even though it is just about time for the next self-care break, I kind of did want to get set up at least for the next clutter. Yeah, see, there's the bot message for our next self-care break, um, which uh, I have I actually have two things listed for that are topical for. Oh my gosh, my brain is not braining. Um, you know, build build your own clutter. One of them is something from when we rated out last week, which is um, a, a stack of books that I would love to prototype something that is a little bit easier for people to make and see if that's feasible. If not, I'll just show people how they can float something. Uh, but we'll give it the old college try. For now, though, I'll flip it over to the AFK otter. Oh, okay. Sorry, that took me a little bit longer than I meant it to. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Alrighty. So I'm pretty sure this is. Yeah, yeah. I'm pretty sure this is gonna work. Just gotta get a bit weird with with a butcher block and a dessert plate. It's mm, yeah. No, is that? Yeah. There we go. I said it was gonna be weird. Might even need to get like a rug involved. And the reason is so you can like place it on the edge of that dessert plate. Oh, no, no need to bother. I think I missed your question. It's not a selfish. Sorry. For starters, it's not a selfish request for to ask me to visit your plot. And I'm sorry, but I don't actually recall when you asked about mazes. Would you mind asking the question again? Was it today? No, it wasn't. So it must have been like last week? Also, I was fixated over on my other screen. Queen's Crown Gaming, thank you for the follow. I think that's gonna work. Hey, Lily, welcome on in. I think that's actually gonna work. Because, in a nutshell, oh, 100%. Did you just like, did you need like an opinion? Did you need like, did you, sure. Um, do I, if, I might, hoping I, of course. Where's my alt? I'll remove them for now. I sent you a friend request. Probably have to reload. Um, Also, Lily, I mm, can't remember if I mentioned it, but it's good to see you. You guys must make me blush when you say that. Here we go. Oh, interesting. I appreciate that you did it uh, in two languages. I'm assuming that's Spanish and sorry, I am not multilingual. Is that is Spanish and English? Maybe Spanish. It's very nice. Um. Oh, sorry. First, follow the yellow flowers on the left. Okay. And you had the tiny dragon plush. Uh, it's very sweet of you. Thank you. Uh, hmm. Oh yeah, the delay is yeah is a fair bit. Um, I have to say I really appreciate that your maze does not give me claustrophobia. So, well done. It is something that I've run into a few times with some people's mazes that they make the lanes too narrow, and it does fire off my claustrophobia. But having the the high ceilings and the wide lanes definitely makes this more of a cozy experience. Definitely something I wouldn't mind getting lost in. even even a little treasure chest. It's cute. Um, so maybe that's just meant as like an escape route. I I really appreciate the railing on here. That looks great. Also well done with the heights. There, yeah, I figured that there would be markers to get to the center. I'm so sorry. I've been holding in that sneeze for a little bit. Sorry, everybody. Thank you. Um, I feel like it's super cute that you color coded it. What was I gonna say? Uh, that by default you can't you normally can't walk under those bridges. I don't think you can. So well done with like bumping them to the right height. What was I gonna say? I know it would take like a few more housing tickets, unfortunately. It's kind of why I wish they had like sold us this as like a recipe. One wood floor offset. Sweet. Good to know. Um, because I would use these more if they didn't take like a week's worth of housing tickets to get. See what you did there? It was a tiny dragon trap. I should have just kept going the way I figured it was going. Uh, or maybe not. Did I take a wrong turn again? Probably. Biscuits. Um, but in like a design like this, what I was going to say about like the sign is that you could leave like little notes of encouragement, like, "Oh, you took a wrong turn, but it's okay. Keep going." Hey, wait. I don't know how I got here, but yeah. uh, and that's basically the story of my life. Just keep um stumbling around until you reach the goal. Because I mean, keep throwing effort at the wall. Eventually, it's got to break. Eventually. The bee. But that is a lovely maze. Thank you for sharing. And that is a satisfying canopy. Oh my gosh. It's not just the coverage, but the color. Mm, that makes my brain sing. Just mm. And of course, but of course, I went to the wrong side. It's okay. This plot has the vista point. So, so you can just shimmy around the outskirts. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Because I'm legitimately shady. But you will have to let us know when it's on the tour board, hon. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look bad. It's not my favorite book stack, but I mean, it works as like a faux low tech book stack. Thank you for that. I definitely forgot to ask the most important question of all, which is, do you like it? Do you like what you've made? I did find the bee, and they were adorable. Did you catch my question there, though? About if you like what you've made? I know that sometimes can be a hard question to answer. It's a question that I sometimes struggle answering myself. Do I actually like what I've made? Oh yeah, I get it. Believe me, I do. Because at the end of the day, if you don't like what you made, and the fact that you like it to any degree means that I adore it to no end. I didn't even have to look at it. I appreciate that I got to experience it. But the most important thing to me is that you like what you made. So Which is also why I try to remind people if I like word vomit anything when I do like pop over to see their work. It is just that, it's word vomit. It's not it's not critique, it's not meant as like tearing a strip off of their work. It's not meant as like it's meant as like, huh, this could be cool. It's not meant as like you have to do this or you have to do that. It's just meant as like it's a visceral reaction. So yeah, more of a you could do this because it's not my design. It's not my work. Because what I saw today is phenomenal. Yeah, I mean, there are like uh some people who invite me over that like I know they invite me over to like like to give an opinion that of like or not like to give suggestions to like for improvements, and that's when I you know put on the how can we like or like how can we workshop this, but for the most part, yeah, I just go to experience the work. But unfortunately the ADHD is just like has that visceral reaction as I mentioned. There we go, that's better. mm, you're kidding, really? What? S6. Why do you hate fun? That moment when it's too perfect. Although I suppose we might be able to, if we bumped it with a knife. if we just we just thanks S6 for being a friend. No, now it's way too tall. All that being said, we can deal with the height discrepancy there by just like putting a bigger book on the end. Or maybe just once we put a book on the end, it won't matter. Nope, they just really do not want this to be easy. Okay, fine. I guess I'll just show everybody how to do the float version because I'm tired of wasting my time. I'm tired of wasting my time. I'm tired of wasting your time. So just to show what I mean by the float version of this, we're just going to hop along over to my maxed out plot. This is the stack of books that I made all the way back when book stacks or books like first came out. And the conundrum of like, how do we place books on their side? First was an issue. And I think that's a, what is that? Yes, dessert plate pile. Because at the time, at least, say at the time, it's probably changed since then, knowing S6, but uh, placing a book on a dessert plate was a bit weird. From a float perspective, anyway. Maybe, no, that was why. Because when you place it down, it sinks into the table. So that was why we used the pile. It's not great, but it's, you know, better than it being sunk into the table. You might be able to get away with like a thinner book. I think the Navigator's Notebook might be the thinnest. Of course, it only really matters for the book that's the closest to your table surface. Every other book in the stack is going to we're going to float it, so not going to be as important. And for this, we're going to use our good old coordinate floating. We're going to get a bunch of dessert plates for our coordinates. However, depending on how many books you want your stack to be, you can easily tell. The hardest one is going to be our last coordinate. But it's okay because we're doing that one last. And this is going to be a bit weird. So we're going to switch back and forth between the two. So we're going to go to here. Then we're going to go to this row and go to there. Go back, go to there, go to this one, go to that one. Grab the back plate. Biscuits. I was worried this was going to happen. The issue with using dessert plates as your coordinates. No. We are going to have to manually move the pillar back. See, Libby. It's because the dessert plate is so small that it sits under the grid. Oops. Um, okay. Now for this float here, remember how I said it's going to be annoying? It's because we need to take the plate away for that one. And we're just going to move from the line to the square. Perform our item cancellation by pressing our number 1. And we select our book. Any book will do. And then, of course, for this one, our navigator's notebook. Our architectural treatise might have been a bit big for that. So I guess I was wrong. go with the bird spotting. Or hmm, handmade. I also did this book stack a little bit in the most boring fashion imaginable. In that I did it like completely straight. You can alter the look of it by like straightening out your bookshelf and then you know swiveling your plate around. So just remember to get your shelf back, you do need to put it up against your other pillar. But that is my little notification. It is time to take our break. So I will be back very shortly, everybody. I will hand things over for our AFK or to our AFK outer for a little bit before the ads come. And we're back. So, I just so happened to flip over to Discord. And when I did, because I was looking at um like the potentiality of like, you know, when Lacey's last day might be. Uh so uh so I was looking at her first day. I just hit like when her first message was, but I switched to like when her newest message was, and I scrolled down. And as of yesterday at 6:02, she posted, "We do plan to release some communication slash information surrounding the next patch this week." Interesting. Interesting. What is this hecking patch cadence? Like, did they hear, or no, because I didn't even talk about it. Or did I talk about it yesterday? Did I? I didn't think I did. I try not to talk about my crackpot theories regarding patch cycles live on air. But I did post about it on Palia housing a day or two ago about like, because somebody had asked if we knew anything about like when the next patch was going to be, and I was just like, well, we don't. However, the last time Lacey let it slip that she was working on the patch notes, which for those that were unaware, on June 27th, Lacey posted in the Palia Discord that she was working actively working on the patch notes. And the last time she did that, uh, 9 days later, we had the roadmap, which at the same time it was announced that that the patch was going to be 2 days later. So, and I was just like, and I laid all that out, and I was just like, take that as you will. And then yeah, and then after posting that, Lacey's just like, now they're gonna communicate information. Okay. I do wish I do wish they could just decide on some type of cadence of any kind. Plenty companies do it. First Tuesday of the month, last Tuesday of the month. Like, and it's just so that your uh it's just so that your community isn't guessing at when the patch is going to be. And also um um S6, if you ever watch this, I doubt you will, but because some of your player base genuinely likes to play your game. Go figure. And may or may not work in an industry where they have flex time and can just like take off time at the drop of a hat and need to book off time weeks in advance, if not even more so. So if the if your patch was like a set day of the month, they can like tell their work, hey, can I have this day of the month off so they can be at home to play the patch? Because go figure, some people like to do that. Or, like to schedule half days or this, that, the other thing. Which you can't really do if it's this like coming out of left field every single month. So it's like not I'm not saying this as like trying to be entitled. That is the thinking that I'm trying to convey here, if that makes sense. Spoon. Thank you, Lily. You are hacking. Wait. Okay. Hmm. This used to work, but I don't think it works anymore. It's irksome. Oh, wait, what? I guess I spoke too soon. Fantastic. Apparently still works. Just whether or not it looks good is yet to be seen. Yeah, yeah. Hey. Uh, I mean, kinda. I mean, until S6 actually gives me a heckin' book that is laying flat. Oh my god, there we go. There. There is the quality of life update that we have all been asking for. Three-dimensional rotation of any item. Or just tilting. And before anyone asks, yes, I would support that. Because then I wouldn't have had to have wasted 3 hours of my time laying books flat. Obviously being hyperbolic there. But, yeah. Okay. So along with book stacks, the other clutter item that I wanted to make today is actually a continuation of something we started 2 streams ago, which was a toolbox. Sorry, I got a little bit quiet at the end of there. A toolbox. Thanks for the reminder. I did do some like preliminary conceptualization off stream, but I did I stopped when I remembered that, you know, people would probably want to see and that I would have to remake it anyway. So, here we are. I'm not sure if people remembered what I was trying to do at the end of that one stream, but I was attempting to make it out of like Caltech wall shelves and butcher blocks. Or no, I don't think I had even gotten to like the Caltech wall shelves at that point. I think it was literally butcher blocks and cutting boards and candlesticks. It was a mess. But after that, I off stream, I got the idea that the Paltech wall shelves with some work actually might look a little bit better. Mainly because the double wall shelf will give us a very nice handle. You know, with some work. You know, just once we can kind of merge those two together, imagine that as just like the handle of the toolbox. I'll be honest, a gazebo is one of those things that I have or I haven't gotten too far with in a very long time. And probably for a similar reason that you are having. Uh, I did see someone on UPH mentioned uh, breaking it into 2 levels, and that was interesting, like from a conceptual standpoint. I didn't actually like click on it. Um, I am always uh, or I actually I need to stop doing this. So hold please, because the concept was a really good idea. Ah, really? Drake Lance. The worst. Sorry. For those that uh, were here for yesterday and were wondering which painting, quote unquote painting Drake Lance was referring to that had the transparent back, there's a reason I didn't know about it. It's because it's not a painting. It's the unique quest reward, Prison Beard's map. Uh, yeah, you'll see how impressed I am that's the item. Uh, sorry, it must have been in work in progress. Sorry, I just want to actually be able to cite the right person for this. Where was it? Where did this person post it? Nope. Super weird because I normally only hang out in glitching help. So I'm wondering exactly how I. Maybe they only mentioned it in concept, or hmm, yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I will stop. Oh, thank you, milady. Oh, uh, Oh, maybe. Okay. I think I just misunderstood. Yeah, I just I only like barely saw their post, and I think I was half asleep when I read it. Yeah. So I do not know how I built. Yeah. Huh, that's weird. I could have swore someone had, maybe not. Maybe this is a Tiny Dragon original idea? I didn't think so. I don't think it is. It might be though. I I'm pretty sure I saw this somewhere. If someone can tell me where I saw this from, so I can cite them, because I'm pretty sure someone somewhere built a second floor in their gazebo. I can't remember who. Yeah, this is one of those designs that it's good. It's real good. But since it involves a gazebo, it it's one of those that I'm pretty sure isn't mine because I seldom touch it. Thank you, May. It's I'm actually about to show you how easy it can be. You just need a heckin' shelf. You just need to dream a little bigger, darling. And we also are going to, because it involves a floor, because of course it does, but we're also going to yeah, we need a bit more height. Actually, we might not have even really needed the shelf. Did we? Yeah, we did. We did. Because we need to go that way. Yeah, you always need a shelf. 100%. Okay. Then it's just a matter of figuring out our distances. And I'd say probably 5 few crates. Did I? Dang it, I did. I can't wait till oh my god, I swear to Rao, if they file giving us back having more than 8 storage chests under quality of life improvement, I'm a smack. I'm a smack a chappa. I guess it's not really a threat. I'm gonna smack a Sarnak. Oh, really? I'm so sorry. Okay. No. Sorry. Say no. Come on, don't be like that. I mean, actually, kind of. They don't. No. We'll see it goes so far. Okay, let's try this. It was too much. Ah, depressed dragon. Hi. Again, so close yet oh so far. But on the plus side, conceptually, it works. Just, you know, less foop in the fakakta. Everyone's just like, right. Bring with the small wood crates. enjoy, enjoy your lurk there, love. Lovely to see you, by the way. Or it's lovely to have you here with us. More what I meant. I mean, kind of. Sure. Why not? Hey, I actually didn't. And then it's just a matter of getting it to snap up there with the rest. Which, you know. No one said it's gonna be easy. But, I mean, if it's too annoying, you can always take it out. Um, because, that's the benefit of modular, like, what we call modular architecture. Oh, and this is actually where that handy trick from yesterday comes in. Right, that's why the placement's so weird. Yeah, it's because we're placing on a wall initially. I'm adorable. So the first placement is going to be strange. So you actually, yeah, you want to overlap the first one. Um, shoot. Okay, let's take it back to the shelf because we want to place it. We want to flip the wall the other way. That should. What? Oh, this game sometimes. I tell ya. It's great. Yeah, if someone could explain to me, like I'm a 2-year-old, why building blocks needed to be changed. There we go. Hey, Shibby. uh, Aside from my minor saltiness just now, I am I am having a great Dane. 100%. Especially since you popped in. Hmm. Okay, this next bit is going to take some precision work, so we're going to pop over to unknown expanse. Sorry to anybody who has same issue I have, but we do need the exact, the fact that a knowable expanse is perfectly flat. Which, and if anyone is curious, if you group select a flooring piece as you bring it into position, it makes sure that it stays independent. Sorry, if you group select a flooring piece while making it a rug, it makes sure that it is independent from the other flooring pieces. And as the bot just mentioned, it is just about time for our next self-care break. So we will be flipping over to our Be Right Back screen shortly here. Oh, shoot. And we're back. Which one are you referring to? The trick with the rug or the microvariants? Is everyone or people? I get two reactions about the microvariants, or two different reactions about the microvariants. Either confused or slightly perturbed when I'm just like, yeah, there's a microvariance in the plot, and that's why things go badly from time to time. Hmm. Maybe we should just not do that. And just not even sure how much flooring we're gonna need for up in the gazebo. And I mean, in actuality, if we wanted to be a bit more, interesting with the flooring pattern, we could be. We don't have to be basic. Because you know what I like to say? Why be basic when we don't have to be? You, because if you use a rug, you can get an interesting hatch pattern. As a side note, there's nothing wrong with being basic. Oh my god. Zeno, thank you for joining us. Please go get some sleep, though, sweetie. Much love. But yeah, and then you can like add the floor to that flooring piece, and then after that is your And biscuits, grab that, bring that over here. Isn't it though? The yeah, the I wish I could take credit for it. That this rug trick comes from the Lillian games, also known as Lilithana. She's the user who originally came up with the 1 cup technique. Or, sorry, let me phrase that. Who originally published, because there is a possibility that other people might have noticed it around the same time, 100%, but she did publish it first. So, let's go with my like the landscape that I'm on right now, or like my literal background. Um, because the landscape that yeah, no, it's all good. I just wasn't sure. Um, yeah, because both are applicable. Um, the landscape that I'm currently on is one called Unknowable Expanse. It came out. When did it come out? I'm not sure. A few months back. It was one of the landscapes that just kind of snuck in under the radar, mainly because it like there isn't much to it. And it was kind of a gimmick landscape. Personally, I only come to this landscape to use the fact that it has a perfectly level plane. That is the only reason why I come here. So there's no micro variation. Yeah, it gives me wicked vertigo, and that's why we don't come here, class. Because yeah, it fires off my vertigo like nobody's business. Um, but like when doing group select work, ugh, it is like bar none the best landscape to do this work on, because since it doesn't have any micro variation on it, you can actually group select where you would like. I mean that isn't the original. I purchased the landscape originally. Like this was back when we had the landscape uh, like the slush fund to purchase landscapes. Um, that fund has since been depleted. Um, we had the fund for testing purposes, but yeah. So um, and then yeah, and then in testing the landscape was when I had noticed that there was no micro variation. I was just like, um, and yeah, the the gimmick, as I mentioned, you probably noticed the light going around. Uh, if you come up to this pillar, you can turn off, or you can enter play mode or build mode. So if the light stops swirling around, mm, uh, do not trust that you can still see the floor tiles. It's a lie. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Uh, yep. Mm. See, I uh, I mentioned on several occasions that I don't have a, a fear of heights. I don't. So like airplanes have no problem with unless there's a sudden drop in altitude because I don't have a fear of fall or I don't have a fear of heights. I have a fear of falling, which is why when people are like, "No, have you ever thought about like skydiving?" I'm just like, I don't know. Have you ever thought about amputating one of your limbs? Why would I jump out of a perfectly good airplane? Airplanes for me are to get from point A to point B. Uh, but yeah. Um, there we go. Which I forgot to mention with this like hatch pattern, you can get like as like crazy with that hatch pattern or as simplistic with that hatch pattern as you want. So like if you switch the direction of the wood grain, you can get even more complex because you are like weaving the wood grains together. Um, yes, I did. I did find that out a day or two ago. On Saturday. On Saturday, because I was trying to. I was I I I wanted to do like a survey of like like the underground, the under area of my some of my other plots, just to like see if there was any funny business going on. And uh and yeah, I I was very I was intrigued to know that they had um lowered the limit to which one can travel downwards, and I was just like, uh, why? Why S6? Why are you making the box smaller? Some days it's enough for uh, these questions are are enough for me to like buy a plane ticket to Los Angeles and like kick in the door and just like ask the question of just like which one of you keeps making the box smaller? Not seriously, not literally, but kind of. Yeah, right. And the blocks dev. Like I am more and more terrified by the day for actually, I mean at this point I don't even know if those theoretical um like like the yeah, yeah. I'm I'm picturing I'm not sure people if anyone in chat has watched Future or not Future I'm a Family Guy. I haven't in years in like actual years. But there's the one scene where like Peter Griffin is going to see the guy that Meg had been seeing, and he's just like, I just want to talk to him. I just want to talk to him. that's what that's what I just got. That's the image I just saw. Uh, um, but as I was saying, um, Oh, what the heck was I saying? Um, ice building blocks. Yeah. No idea if those are ever going to be a thing. I hope they are. When? Who the heck knows? Are they actually going to be are they actually going to be glass? It would be nice. Are they probably going to be frosted glass if they are? More than likely. And the reason I could see them being frosted glass more than like actual like or sorry, what am I trying to say here? Opaque glass. There we go. Opaque glass as opposed to transparent glass is sheerly from a aspect of modeling. It's easier, and that's just it. Um, but who knows? Maybe they'll surprise me. They like they like to prove me wrong. You like to prove me wrong, S6. And and genuinely, I'm completely apathetic to being wrong. Oh, that is a good sign, though. The last time I checked, I the last sorry so to give an update on ice building blocks, sorry, quote unquote ice building blocks. Um, they did not have a ramp the last time I checked. So yeah, me too, me too. Especially the fact that they only mentioned trees being fixed, and they actually fixed a heck of a lot more than just trees. That in and of itself, I was I don't know why they only said trees. If ever there was a time to list that you fixed the entire itemized spreadsheet that I gave them, hmm, I think that might have been more likely. That sounds much more likely. No, no idea what that is. Iron, gold, brass. Pretty sure brass is copper. Still don't know what to make of the lava. I don't know why you exist. Why are you a thing? I genuinely don't know why lava building blocks are a thing. I don't know who asked for that. I don't know why they're a thing. Um, I mean that's fair. That is actually fair. Um, but in this, but if that is the argument, they also have water assets laying around. I've seen the files. Um, yeah. The one thing that they don't have that is weird, uh, and it's floor, but the floor file is weird in and of itself. Just in general. Uh, in that they don't have one for ice yet. Um, yeah, there's a lava pit in the beach landscape too. But um, oh, that is weird. If you go into the pillar file, you find the floor ice asset. But then you click on it and it's a pillar. Oh, this game is a mess. But I love it. I am still very confused as to what the upcoming set is. I mean, that's fair. And true. But I mean, it is summer, and come on, Palia, hot girl summer. If there was no mess, it would probably be boring, and we wouldn't be here probably. I don't. That's not entirely accurate. At least not for me. I have repeatedly said that, like, if I didn't need to spend so much of my brain power on you like or so much of my energy on like using my problem solving skills to get around the system's arbitrary rules, maybe I could actually make use of my college architecture training more. That would be nice. If it was less of a fight, that would be appreciated. Oh, yeah. It it is a beta, so I'm not expecting it to be like perfect. Of course not. But for instance, the hmm, you have a good night, Miss Lillaby. The building blocks that they've now arbitrarily changed the rules on. Oh, biscuits. That was wrong. Am I going too crazy with this? Maybe. Yeah. I'm having fun. Hmm. Oh yeah, the hyper focus is so real right now. I'm thinking to myself, I think at some point today I wanted to make a toolbox, and then somebody mentioned, "Is there like what's something cool you can do with a gazebo?" And I was just like, "Squirrel." So much for clutter. I guess we could refocus into making the toolbox. Those are always so impressive. It's I keep seeing those pop up, and I'm just like, it's like I mean, I don't want to boil them down to like Eldritch horrors because it sounds so generic to say that, and also because it sounds like you're like it's attributing them to like H.P. Lovecraft, which you're it's not. It's its own thing. My brain just short circuited there for a second. There we go. Of course, it only flickers from the bottom. It would. It would only flicker from the bottom. Right. Oh, no. I figured as much. I should have. Hmm. This is fine. Sugar. Yeah, it's definitely one of those measure twice, cat once type things. Mm. Might just need to find the right wall item. But it's time for another self-care break. So we'll have to wait until after the self-care break to do that. Hey, look at that. Um, oh, wait. But we need to specifically find one that we can rotate to 90 degrees. That's the issue. Okay. See everybody in a little bit. I'll turn things over to my co-host, the AFK Otter. And we're back, everybody. Alright, let's see if we can track down a wall item that's going to work for us. Let's see. Let's try mess of shelves. Oh, my gosh. Okay. So theoretically, fingers crossed, everybody. Oh, would you look at that? That's nice. I am actually, honestly, uh, really surprised that we found it on the first try. Hmm. Oh, and you know, we could use this for something a bit more I hate that word. No, I was gonna say a bit fancier. I guess. Ah, sounds terrible. Because we could get away from the wood, and we could go for like a composite look. So get some metal involved. Of course, well, I think I did farm a bunch of iron, so we can. So what I was thinking, if it's too tall, we can always just grab it at the top of the roof, theoretically. Shelf on and group select. I mean, although, of course, there will probably be placement problems. And so we can have it, make it look like it's suspended from the roof of the gazebo. Which is a little bit cooler than, just the singular pillar. Which, of course, then is getting in the way of whatever floor plan we're trying to come up with in the lower level. Sweet. We were going that direction. It's times like these, I kind of lament our lack of metallic options. Or, sorry, let me rephrase that. Lack of good metallic options. Mm. Yes, we have to get really creative if we want to use metallics. I think I used up most of my, or I think I used up all my wall vents on the car. And floor vents are a whole thing to use. But I mean, you try. I mean, I do have like 16 round end tables. Rim shot. Mm. As I said, we can use them. We just have to try twice as hard. It barely looks any good. Mm. Yeah, I think for now anyway, I think we're done with the needing group select. Okay. Not sure if anybody's actually realized this, but I have been putting off doing an actual staircase live on air for so long for this exact reason. Because we just don't have parts that I like. In short, I'm picky. Yeah, truth be told, me too. Aside from like stuff like that, for the most part, it's like it's tools for me. I I use it as like scaffolding and stuff. Like most of the set just got a big old F from me. Um, although then again, most sets that uh, like obviously were rushed through production get a failing grade for me. And like meaning like so like the coal pile is see through on the bottom. Um, I mentioned it earlier uh, on the stream. The bridge corners are both don't have like both of them don't have placement surfaces. Like neither of them have placement surfaces on their railing. And then like the placement surface on the inside is spotty at best. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Is it because I... No, it's not because I'm using a hammer. It's literally just the placement surface is so bad. However, so the lantern, this guy, if you use that, because it can grab at certain spots. At least it could. Guess maybe it can't anymore. Did they literally like change this so that you can't do this? Do I literally need to use the trick from... Oh yeah, no, like this lantern is like ripped from I mean all of this stuff like is from like their world assets. That's what these are. Like we can go out into the world and I can find all of these assets. But it's just that it was done very poorly. I'm not against taking like reusing world assets. That's not what I'm saying here. It's just copy and paste the texture that's on top of there on the bottom. I like let me like turn on the grid is there. It is. It is just underneath. It is just that much too low. Um, yeah. Then for some odd reason, the thing, I swear to God, if anyone tells S6, the bridge post is the only one that doesn't have collision with the other bridge items. the thing we don't talk about. So, yeah. Then, like, it seems to be hit and miss as to whether or not the furniture sets are modifiable. It it would be very nice if we could modify things. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a fan of the modification system, but if they're gonna put all their eggs in that basket, you know, rather than down the line have to go back and create modifications for all these things. Wait, can you tint anything in the yard set? Because like I know the yard work set, or like, are you talking about this stuff? Because I know it like it shows up. Yeah, yeah. Like for anybody, yeah. What May is referring to is something that has been around for a while. If anybody goes to the modification bench and sees this, do not try to modify them. Do not. You'll waste your modification kits, and you'll actually waste a lot of them, as you'll notice. See, three, four, only two, five, hecking five. I think the Emberborn stuff still. Yeah, I did too. I think the Emberborn fencing still pops up. Um, the Emberborn columns do modify, so that's something. The Emberborn gates do not try. Lock cabin fence do not. Basically fencing. If you see fencing on your modification bench, don't. You'll just have a separate pile of fencing that that is annoying you. Oh, right, books. You cannot modify books. Right. Do not modify your ceiling fans because they will not be functional anymore. Hey, Braxana, wonderful to see you, hon. Yes. Anything that has any movement. So the Paltech desk fan is the other one. And took an early nap. I hope you are well rested, hon. Yeah. So just don't color those. We should make a spreadsheet. May should remind me to make a spreadsheet. Or I should write that down. There we go. S6Y Excel file. Yeah, pretty much. Right on. I'll be honest, it's still not what I had in my mind's eye when I was like picturing my loft. Like it's cute. It is cute. Oh, really? Hmm. My Brax, was it you that sent me pictures of you making a second floor loft in your? Oh no, you did it with your harvest house. That's what you did. Okay. But you didn't do it with a gazebo. Okay. No, no, no. We tracked this down. It was Victor or Victorique and May. But yeah, but Brax, you did it with your harvest house, that was super cool. Although I am noticing like my KPS jumping up and down. That is weird. I wonder if that's part of what. Um, Let me just close a couple of things. I just realized that I have things open that don't need to be. Sorry, everybody. Things like the resource hog that is Steam. And Google Chrome. Ah, there we go. Um, you were struggling to do flowers upside down on the floor. Um, yeah, I'm lazy. I use Chrome. I am literally the worst. So flowers. Flower floors are pretty easy. Yeah, I keep getting told to check out Opera. I've just been dragging my heels on it. Don't ask me why. I just memory issues. I'm just gonna blame that because that's the best answer I have. Oh, there it is. I was just like, where did that go? Um, but it went right there. I mean, lazy, or is it laziness, or is it just literally just executive dysfunction? That's always the question. Uh, Actually, sorry. Before doing this whole nonsense, uh, just start with preferably 3 floors if you can. And then we are going to group select them. Boop, group select. We're going to group select them up onto our crate up here. And as long as your 3 floors were independent of one another, you should be able to pick up the 2 floors that were, you know, closest to the crate. After that, we're going to flip the shelf upside down and place a floor on the other floor that is now upside down. So, and Brax, the way you'll be able to tell if you did this right, if you rotate your shelf so your floors look like a wall, you should be able to take like a rug and go to either side of your floor assembly, and the rug should be able to stick into that floor assembly. So when you have your double-sided floor, we're going to turn it upside down. Sure. Let me just note down the time. 5:47. We're going to place more flooring, and this is all, well, our shelf is upside down, but we're going to attach more flooring doesn't super matter which floor you attach it to. But this is just how we are going to build our flower ceiling. And the reason why it's important to have the double-sided floor is so that when we flip this back around, that's going to be our method of flipping our flowers upside down. Once you have your floor to whatever size you like, you're good to start making your flower assembly, or your floral bouquet. For myself, everyone or people who are familiar with my work know that I am a fan of using gardenias sheerly due to the fact that they take up a lot of space because they are big, they are poofy. And as well, white is a natural is a no, blah, 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 white is a neutral color that goes with everything. Uh, when when you are taught uh, flower arranging, uh, you're taught to add baby's breath to flower arrangements because it is a neutral additive that can go into any bouquet for the exact same reason that we're adding this just as a base starting point to what we're doing here. Imagine this very much the same way someone would whitewash a canvas. Now, because of how low Veronica flowers sit, I'm actually going to do a small float of just one tick of the shelf. And by one tick, I just mean that, so you see how it just like can jump up on that crate? So we are just going to go from where it's sitting, right there. So it goes from, we find where it was, right there. And then we go up, and then we press our number key. Unfortunately, I didn't have my big fish that time. Sorry, everybody. And now, what's going to happen when I go to place down all of my Veronica flowers is instead of them sitting hidden in the gardenias, they jump up and they're much more predominant. And since we have the gardenias as our whitewash, they don't look like they're floating in midair because they're anchored with our gardenia bushes. Now, another one or two other ones that I like mixing in with my Veronicas are lavender and chappatil. Oh, does it? Also, high badge. My undertone. Just hints of blue. It's like a little bit of flavor. Yeah. Something like that. Um, hey there, Dapper Dom. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. The only way at the moment that is known is using a mixture of group select and Winterlight's Red Presence, which is something that you can only get around Christmas time. So unless S6 decides to, unless S6's next update gives us fully fledged decor trading, there won't be a way to do so until uh, Christmas. Yeah, yeah. For now, anyway. And sorry, as the bot just mentioned, we have a self-care break coming up here, uh, really, really soon. I'm just gonna quickly try and finish this. Let's see if this trick still works. I hope it does. Ceiling light. Place it just on the end. Boop. And the reason why I place it just on the end is so we can see it. And then we run inside. Oh no, the ad might come up. I'm so sorry. No. Okay. We are going to figure out how to get this into place after our self-care break. See you soon. Oh, apparently my entire Be Right Back screen is borked. I'm so sorry, Bashy. I did not realize that. Okay, let's see if Jess. Okay, so if we just do it like that, it's fine. And then let's see if we can put. Okay. I spread around. Wait, what? What? Nothing in the verse can stop me. Okay, so how did we do that? What's going on here? Ah, okay. So that's what's happening. So it's similar to um it's similar to how I did the walls on the well sorry. That's why I'm just going to the plot. But it's similar to how I did the walls on the tables here. So the whole method as to how I did this particular thing was I got this there it so there was a space between the blocks, and then it allowed placement. So in a similar fashion, that's how it allowed us to do that. So let's go back there and try a test run. because when going like this, so when we go to place it upside down, um, if we turn off the grid, we raise it a bit. Come on. We might be able to use that weird placement to our advantage for once. Come on. People have no idea what I'm talking about. When they change the placement for building blocks, there we go. I think I caught it. When it comes to things, yeah. So if you'll notice here, the snapping for building blocks now actually goes in this weird hecking three-dimensional plane. And so you can actually make some weird stairs um, uh, uh, just using this weird floating thing. Don't ask me why. I don't know. I'm not a psychiatrist. I don't know who hurt this person who chose this. So, yeah. But, I mean, on the plus side, in this one isolated instance, we can use this weird thing, it looks like, to our advantage because it gives us just enough of a gap when we flip it upside down, utilize that weird placement, place a ceiling lamp on it, utilize group select, go inside, and look at that. Bingo Bango Tiny Dragon is definitely not your dad or your uncle. Second cousin, maybe if you live in Ohio. Sorry. That went really off the rails. But yeah. And so in this if we extrapolate that even further for what we're doing, let's pick that back up. Yeah, there you go. And then again, I'm not going to do the entire arrangement again. Biscuits. That's okay. Mm, 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 mm. We're just gonna be super lazy with this one. Sorry, not sorry. Biscuits. Hoist above my own petard. So you might need to like perform an item cancellation of just this. And boop. And then place your ceiling lamp anywhere. Anywhere's fine. Target your ceiling lamp. Use group select. And theoretically, this should work. But no. Oh my gosh, I'm getting turned around in my own house. Okay. I mean, I guess if we did one item cancellation, I guess we could do it again. Excuse. Could these tiny dragon noises? Where is there? I'm just like, where is the load bearing? Yeah, it's okay. It doesn't look as good as they. I mean, yeah. On that note, I did want to make a toolbox. Cheesy Pete's. Or at least try to make a toolbox. I think that was one of the red ones. Okay, so Gosh darn it. Okay, so we pretty much need to like measure how long this thing or this piece is. Okay, there we go. So it looks like it's from there to there, give or take, with the middle point being there. Okay. Okay, so of meaning actually no, this works. Wait, what? There we go. Okay. It's this is why I stopped working indoors. Okay. Okay. So close. That, but the other way. Uh, this is. This is starting to get a little bit taxing. Let's just see if we can do this on separate boards. Gosh darn it. Hmm. Because we'll have to flip. Yeah, okay. We'll have to flip a table. Hey, K Scene. How's it going? Thanks for coming on in. Thanks for bringing your friends, darling. Mm. Hope you had a wonderful, wonderful Pride Month. Sorry, I'm a little bit distracted at the moment. I've been fighting with this hacking toolbox. I know it doesn't look like a toolbox right now, but I've been trying to make this into a toolbox. Hey, Elsa. Lovely to see you, darling. Hopefully your day's going a little bit better than mine is at the moment. Before this has been pretty good. Um, I think though we might have gotten a bit of a breakthrough. Here we go. Sounds good, hon. You get that lurk going. And let me just get this box side on. And then I will give everybody my full attention. No idea why I said that so weird. I'm sorry. Ah, that was weird. I mean, not super weird. That happens. There we go. Now it's finally starting to look like a bit of a toolbox. At least it's actually getting there. Finally. Ha. I was literally about to, like, not literally, but I was just like, you know. To any of our new friends that came in from the raid, if you aren't familiar with my work, I am a tiny dragon. Uh, there's anything glitch related or Palia related you need help with or have any questions, please feel free to ask. I run my stream kind of like a help desk. So feel free to make use of our little question raccoon. He only costs 1 channel point. So just by being here for, just by being here for the raid means you can summon him at will. It's just a little nonverbal way of getting my attention, breaking me out of the little hyperfixation loop I might be in. Although it does mean that I will be answering your question with a question of my own. So, yeah. Of course, milady. How can I help? And that's the question that I will be asking. How to flip a rug? For sure. That one is a super easy trick. That being said, even though it's an easy trick, it's easy to forget uh, the catalyst for it, because it involves a very simple glitch, which is called bumping. You can use a variety of different things for bumping. You can use pavers. They're one of the easiest things to use for bumping, and they're one of the most accessible things. But you also need a shelf, and then any builder's floor. You can use a crate, pillar, or a builder's wall. Once you have a crate or a pillar or a wall on your shelf that is able to turn upside down, that part is important because there are shelves in the game that can't turn upside down. You're going to want to put your paver on top of your floor. After that point, we're just going to flip our floor upside down. And after that, you take whichever rug you want to flip upside down and just place it where your paver is. This is how I make my rug water. Or yesterday, I mentioned that the spa day rug makes nice dirt, which it does. Spa day, specifically the oval rug, if you dye it shore. And yeah, we have a nice little patch of dirt. And also the nice thing about this setup, since you did just make all of that on a floor, it's a nice little movable garden plot. complete with dirt. You can thank me later. Uh, Sorry, I suppose I did go rather quickly. So it's floor, paver, then flip, and then rug. The last thing is rug. But yeah, it is time for a self-care break. Um, but yeah, the paver does go on before you flip. I will be handing things over to Fleo the AFK otter. And I did fix the alert box, so channel point redemptions during the self-care break should work now. Okay, and we're back, everybody. Are, are we not? I thought we were. Um, sorry, what was that? You you made and flipped, and then how? So if you're not able to like grab the wood floor, like you want to grab the wood floor. Um, yeah. I'll deal with this later. Bug is going to be the death of me. As a note, for anyone that is not aware, there was a bug that had happened a while back that when trying to remove someone from your friends list, on occasion, it went into a state that appeared as though it did not succeed. And if you attempted to remove them again, it would remove a random person on your friends list. And it took a while before many of us figured out what was happening or what was even going on. So during that time, I did try to go through and recover as like what I could, find what like the names had been lost, but I genuinely do apologize if I had missed anyone. It was not anything personal, it was a bug. Chances are I was not trying to remove you. Chances are I was trying to remove someone else. Because if a bug like that was acknowledged by S6, it would have been so bad for publicity. Like, we are talking like pitchfork level. So, yeah. I would love to. We crashed. I forgot that we used the modification bench. I will be a moment. had way more tiny. I mean, you know my feelings about tiny decor items. And, the feelings are mixed. But that being said, hmm, I love it. Hmm, this looks great. Yeah, I must say. I mean, I wouldn't really say stole. I would say that you made them your own. You threw your own flair on them. Oh, that's the hyper eccentric, or yeah, the hyper eccentricity up here is really cool. I don't know if that's the right word, but you know, it's the one we're using right now. But yeah, looks great. Which I have to say that I did have mixed feelings about like the board, like solid walls on a conservatory until like your design here. So you you sold me on it. This is great. I think I might even I don't even know. Um, I appreciate you too, darling. I was gonna say I might change the walls on my conservatory on my Steamworks, but I can't apply wallpapers. So, um, mm, but yeah, conceptually, I might use this like this design in something else, possibly on my like my art gallery, because I did mention that like that isn't really the look I was going for. Um, Mostly because was wanting something much more industrial. think, and when I say industrial, as a note, think the Bronx, or I think it was called the Bronx from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Sorry, the Bronze. It was called the Bronze. There we go. Um, but yeah, so yeah, it was like that is what I picture when I think an industrial, like like an industrial design or industrial decor, because you have like uh your primary hallmarks are brick, metal, and then with hints hints of wood. And like think like Chicago Chicago skyline, and like the reason why like hints of wood is because like there was this thing called the Chicago Fire that burned up all of the timber construction, and then they had to rebuild. To which they did in steel construction, so it could not burn again. So yeah, sorry, a little bit of architectural history for you. It's just it's kind of why I find Palia so funny to me, because it, and why I find it hilarious, absolutely hilarious when anyone has any kind of like like fire aesthetic in their design, because I'm just like, what exactly is keeping this from going up like a Roman candle? Like, is this like soaked in asbestos? And like, are we all going to like have health problems from all of the things that go along with asbestos? And I'm pretty sure like everyone like knows the designs that I'm talking about. The people who have like torches going in all directions that you like walk through. It's like, don't get me wrong, they're cool, but I'm just like, these are obviously like timber construction houses. With like because when we were like clearing away the debris, or actually, sorry, let me put down. Yeah. Here we go. Boop. Hmm. No, I was hoping it would show us the foundations a bit better. So we do have to go off of what the debris field showed us. But so like when if people remember like the debris fields that we cleared away, um, it actually is like a stacked rock foundation. So it's not the best fire resistance. Sorry. The issue is when you actually went to school for architecture. Oh, so you know my pain. It's the exact same thing as like when I walk into the Grand Harvest House and I'm just like, what exactly is keeping up that cantilever there? I'm just like, sunshine and hope is is what I can imagine. Because I mean, there aren't any visible floor joists in that. So it looks like it's just floor paneling in material columns. Yeah. Uh, Basically, what I'm saying here is you probably shouldn't put anything too chunky up there. You definitely don't put your valuables up there. Um, okay. We are getting super close to the end of the stream, and I think this just needs a handle. And well, no, it doesn't just need a handle. It also needs a hecking bottom rim shot. Uh, Let's see what another one of these looks like. It's so funny because I've been trying to make this all day and I keep derailing myself. This is part of the reason why I try to tell people to not worry about derailing me because I do it enough. I mean, I just figured that it was still, I mean, you mentioned it still being in progress. So, uh, and especially because you went through the trouble of, like, where is it? I didn't I must have just picked it up, but like you went through the trouble of putting like a railing on the curved bridge piece. So, and I mean, one could hand wave it away as like that you're trying to like not have people cheat on the maze, but I mean, I see you. Also, thank you for the reminder, Miss Widget. Oh, okay. I mean, it's a twofer. It keeps people on the path, and you know, it's also a good. It's a structural element that makes sense for the bridge. Makes my brain happy. Um, we don't have any more doubles. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I think we did it. I mean, it's hecking massive, but you know what? And now to move it around, all one needs to do is just group select the builder's handsaw and still have collision issues. Grr. Oh my gosh. I can't believe I just did that. Oh, I want to die. We left clicked instead of item canceled because of cost we did. On the plus side, all of that is self-contained on like the one bit. And like Mm, all of the collision issues, in all actuality, are coming from the hecking small Paltech shelves. So just get those guys on board. Like, seriously. Mm. 446, okay. And we have to be on time today because I have a thing. I don't know what kind of thing today, but it's some kind of thing. Because we all know how I famously love surprises. But that's okay. It's about getting out of our comfort zone. It's about getting out of our comfort zone. Did S6 hear me when I said that the tent was a flat surface? And they were just like, oh, you think so, buddy? Apparently, it no longer operates as a flat surface. To whichever developer at SX who did that, thank you for nothing. Let's see if you can bump it. Alright, so it looks like you can bump it. Meaning that you can get it up off of, like out of the range of the ground and away from any micro variations. Although, that being said, in the same vein that you want to use like a string of pavers. There we go. And then the string of flooring, and then remove the flooring afterwards. In this case, just so it doesn't like 100% have any chance like to lock on. And that was the alarm, or I just got the notification on my phone that we should be rating out soon. Hey, look at that, it worked. Okay, let's just see if I can quickly finish this. No, we still get collision issues. Okay, but guess we'll deal with that next time. But for now, we will find somebody to raid into. Uh, you know what? Let's raid into someone new today because you know what? Something new can be fun. And you're very welcome, Techno. Lovely to see you, by the way. Miss Space Age Mermaid. Looks like she's doing a bit of hunting, bit of decorating, and a cooking party today. Much left, darling. Let's hit that start raid button. But of course, before I let everyone go, just that little reminder that I end every stream with. That I have been and I always will be a tiny dragon with the most titanic dreams, and that I will always hope that you, wherever you may be in this wide, vast world, please keep your dreams just as big, my loves. Alright,